Good evening, everybody. Oops, there we go. Hello, welcome. How are we all this evening? Hi, Russ. Good to see you back. I did wonder where you were last Saturday because you're pretty regular, but it was a late starting stream, so I did wonder if you had missed out and gone to bed early, because I know you were having a bit of a stress from the fires in the area. And I've just noticed I've got FPS on my screen because I was testing things earlier, so let me just disable that. Where is it? Debug, turn off FPS. I was testing different DLSS models earlier today, and that's why I had the FPS indicator on. Okay, let's try that again. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Satisfactory VR. I also stuffed up a little bit in that I started the intro video before I started the YouTube stream. So, hello to anyone on YouTube. Sorry for throwing in the middle of the credits there. Probably a bit more of a shortcut than just sitting there for 5 minutes though, waiting before the intro starts. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me check my volume meter on OBS through my nose hole. Yes, okay, we're good. Right, we are back on massage 2ABB. I think that's it, 2 bracket A-B bracket B. Can hear you, hooray, that's a good start. Okay, so today we're going to be playing with some trains, at least hopefully. Oh, I forgot to install the train interiors mods. That's okay. I don't know how far we're going to get today, but yeah, I've both got definite plans, and also I'm going to be winging it a lot. So I'm a bit nervous because I'm going to try a bit of a different design for a train network layout, and it might all go horrendously bad. Now, I did cheat a little bit. I've already got them in my inventory. I did cheat a little bit, and I handcrafted, don't tell Zurin, I handcrafted some computers so that we can unlock railway signalling. Now, we don't need these to set up a train network if we've only got one train, which is the first goal. But I'd rather put the signals in as I go. So I think it's worth just handcrafting these computers now so we can get these early. And I've just realized I'm going to need a truckload of copper sheets. The pipes we can pull out of the depot, but copper sheets we might need to get an extra supply run. So let's open this. Because basically I am planning a big, well, by internet standards it's probably tiny, but for my standards a pretty large computer factory. At least for this early in the game, but that won't start that tonight. But the way I've set up the computer factory is we are going to need a delivery of rubber to the computer factory, and it's a long way away. So the train line is going to be first set up to run from our plastics and rubber factory to where I'm going to be building the computer factory, and then we put a few extra legs into the train network as well. Yeah, that's the pipes we need, actually. And copper sheets are stacks of 200, so we've only got 600 in the depot. So I will need to manually go and grab some copper sheets. Right, which is luckily just over here in the starter factory over here. Not starter factory, basic parts factory. Now I am running the new DLSS 4.5. I've done a little bit of testing, and my results are it hits the frame rate a little bit. I've lost a little bit of FPS, but I think things are looking a little bit better. It is very hard to tell in a very short subjective test, but I thought, what the heck, I'd give it a go as my live settings for the stream tonight and just see how it runs actually in practice. Now, one thing I did notice is it does look like motion looks a lot better in the new model, so that's kind of one of the main reasons I'm going with it, is it does seem to be improving some aspects of the visuals a bit. But preset K, which is the 4.01, is still very good. Hit that button.
Milestone reached. Train signals placed on train rails can control and improve train behavior. This helps to avoid events where multiple trains attempt to occupy the same physical location.
Yes.
For information related
Because
to
trains do
earlier
have collision.
train events, please refer to your employee non-disclosure
Now,
agreement.
what else? I was going to check. It's been a while since I've made a large train network. For the basic rails, we need pipes and beams. We might grab some of those just by hand. Block signals is more pipes and computers. So I have built a few extra computers, so we will be able to make some signals as we go, because I didn't want to unlock them and then not be able to afford to buy them. Much happening for the weekend? Not at this stage. I'm just streaming at the moment. Haven't really thought that far ahead. Sunday I've got band practice, which it's been a while since we were band practice, so my brother's going to come around and we're going to have a jam on Sunday. Saturday hopefully will be pretty quiet. It's been a really busy week this week. How about you, Russ? You got much on? We're going to go via the steel factory and then over to the plastics and rubber factory, because that's kind of where the train line needs to start and end in its initial form. I play bass guitar. We kind of have a drummer, but we haven't really practiced with the drummer, so I kind of do the drums as well using a decent MIDI drum set. But as far as playing, I play the bass guitar and I do backup vocals and harmony. But we're all too busy and too tired, and so we don't practice enough. So we've been doing this for a decade, and we've actually got like more than an album of original songs that are pretty solid songs. But actually, you know, releasing them, because we're all perfectionists, involves having money to get a studio and time and energy, which we are a bit short on. But it's fun to get together and jam. Little sister used to play the bass. Cool, cool. You want to find your Switch and try some Animal Crossing? Ah. I haven't played Animal Crossing in a very, very, very long time. So I've just picked up some... Is that enough concrete? That should be enough concrete. I might get some more beams. How many beams do I want? Okay. So this is our steel factory. Over here we have our plastics and rubber factory, which has been the focus of the last couple of play sessions. And I'm pretty happy with how it is. I did do a bit of fiddling since the last stream to just tidy things up a bit. So there were lots of jokes going around about the terrible face visage with the two eyes, and these two signs were in the middle here, and these were like windows looking deep into the soul of the factory, and it was a bit disturbing. But I'm pretty happy with just sticking the big logo in each side there. So on this side of the factory, that's where all the plastic is made, and this side is all the rubber. And I put an extra window in there with a balcony and a wall, so it kind of opens up the middle. And when I finally get around to putting some lighting in, it should hopefully give a bit of character to it. So the factory's not finished. I might do a little bit of touch up now because I kind of broke a few things as well. So before we jump straight into laying some tracks, as you can see, I've done the roofing over this side, but I haven't done the roofing over this side yet. So I might do a little bit of tidying up this here first. Play but a bunch of Sims 4 YouTubers. I thought I've switched over to it and now I'm tempted. Okay. So yes, so since the last stream, I figured out that these blueprints and this floor were out by 1 meter. So I ripped up this entire floor and moved it 1 meter, except I moved it the wrong way. And then I moved the blueprints forward and found out that they were actually in the right place to begin with. So I had to move everything back again and redo the floor like 3 or 4 times. So yeah, fun and games. But I think everything is now in the right place. Everything should line up. Pretty happy with this roof, how the roof came together over this side. Still need to do a back wall, but I do want to finish this roof on this side just to make sure this kind of matches on both sides. So let's just spend a little bit of time doing that, and then we can get stuck into the trains. I'm just reminding myself how I actually did this. Just looks like it's a run of glass down the side. Now also, I did get a little bit of feedback about the new build interface from one of our regular testers for the mod. Actually moved it up a little in the user interface. So I'm testing that in the stream tonight to see if it's still in a good use position or if it should be lower. So basically, it was more in line with the eye line before, which could have been a little interruptive. So now it's a little higher. So yeah, I'm just getting a feel for it to see how it feels in its new position. Every time I like, right, the mod update is ready to release. I'm good to go. I'm going to release it. And then I figure out something else. It's like, actually, this little bit here needs a bit of tweaking. So it's nearly ready. So how did I do this bit in the middle? I think I actually ran it's a bit further that way. Oh, it moved. I think over here I actually used a beam trick to get this kind of at least aligned, somewhat centered. I don't know if I did a particularly good job of it. It doesn't look very aligned. So this is a similar trick to what we did over in a circle to get 2.5 degrees. So the trick is you want to get as close to 8 meters across in your measuring, one side to the other. 8.2. That's close actually, but we want it a little bit in. $7.8. Was there a bit in between? Did I do it from there before? It's just a roof, so it doesn't really matter. I'm probably being a bit too pedantic here about the sizing. 8 exactly. Okay, that'll do. Albert the boy, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. How are you going? So now this will snap sort of to one end, so you need to nudge it across 4 so it's in the center, and then nudge it forward so it lines up with the rest of it. And then when you bring it forward like this, it will be exactly in line with everything else. Now the one problem with this is we'll get little gaps up the back here, but that's a problem for the back, which is another day. You've got a cat on your chest. Ah, that's always good. Not while playing VR, but in general, cats are cool. We have 2 cats. We have a tabby and a ginger, and they are lots of trouble. So this is where these two came together over here, and then we continued that line in the middle. So if we follow this line here, we should get a similar intersection point. Yep, that looks pretty similar. Now to get that lined up, because I've so perfectly lined up this other one here, oop, don't fall down the hole. That actually doesn't look very well lined up at this point. Wonder what happened there. Yesterday you finished 450 nitric acid and 600 coal with a station. Sea coal? Is that for making rocket fuel with? Sounds rocket fuel-y. Compacted coal, yeah, yeah. Now let's see if this is actually... This one I'm happy to just eyeball, I think. Actually, I want one of these. I'm pretty sure I... Oh, you know what I did with the other one is I actually did this. I did a beam from the middle there to where they intersect over here. Good old perpendicular trick. And this is not exact here. This is kind of not right on center. But if you do it this way, at least it's going to line up with the center at this end. So that looks kind of lined up. We need to come on 1 more meter, I think. Half a meter, half a meter. So not the most precise methods of lining up, but overall, unless you're being pedantic and really looking at the seams, it works pretty well. So this one, we joined them to here, and then we just had the one running along the edge on the outside. Okay, we can do that. Because it's all kind of down and embedded, it's sort of hidden inside the concrete, so it looks like it's part of it. It's architecture. Does that mean it's allowed to not be precise, Russ, or it should be precise? It is non-functional. Also, I logged in on the server and one of my friends just decided to pull an all-nighter and put a giant bridge over the entire red forest. Oh, wow. And connecting every bauxite node to trains. That's certainly dedicated. Okay. So, we've still got a bit here, but at least now the roof here is looking mostly complete. I think mostly complete is good enough for some of these factories. Like, we're going to come back here and double and triple the size of this later on and just keep building it up. So, I think that's pretty decent for now. And everything is green, which means I haven't broken anything since last time, so I think I'm happy to leave this factory as is for now. We do have fuel coming in now here. We have a 4th storage container which we're going to set up with fabric later on, but it's not really a priority yet. I also put extra walls in here since the last stream with some windows above and a bit of an access doorway there. Oh, that window's coming down into the doorway. Interesting. How low is that window? Okay, it doesn't need to be there at all. Did I do the same over this side? Nope. Okay, it was just that side. So this area at the back is kind of a bit work in progress, and I could stick us something pretty sizable in here. There's quite a bit of room. In terms of support, I saw someone using framed pillars with small metal pillars inside for outside support. It looked neat. Cool. We are going to be doing some fairly lightweight supports on the train network, although I don't know how much I'm going to get to cosmetics tonight. I did put some extra supports around the train logistics here as well, and I put walkways all the way around the station as well, so I've been padding this out a little bit. So they were having pillars with frames around them. I have seen that technique before. Actually, I've used it myself a couple of times. I still haven't actually put power on these. I don't need power yet because I'm not using a hover pack, and not having a hover pack is actually going to make this rail building a little tricky. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go, but I think we should just dive in. So this is going to be a little bit experimental, but the general concept is I do not want to use double rails. I do not want to have foundations everywhere. I'm going to try and do a bit more freeform in the rails, a bit more curvy and natural. And I'd like to ring the circumference of this whole area with a single line in a loop, is the concept. And we'll see how we go. Now, how close... This does mean that I need to bring out from the center circle strategic points to be able to run a rail around this edge. I have no idea how it's going to look just sitting in front of all the rest of the factories here. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I do want to go a little closer. Try there. So 5, and we need to bring that up 4 meters. So 5 out and then 4 up. Mod that adds another build mode curve. Ah, yes, the curve build mod. I'm aware of that one. Well, I'm trying to do things natural here. Other than you know, obviously doing everything in VR, I'm attempting to do minimal mods at this playthrough. What I want is I want not zoop. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And like this curve, this circle wasn't that hard without mods. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 6? No, that's 5. That's fine. I guess this is a pretty good place because if I put a support down here, it's not going to hit the water extractors. It is going to be in the line of the coal gens, but they don't need to see what they're looking at. I mean, I kind of like the puzzle of how to do a curve with the tools given. Maybe on my next playthrough though, I'll just go like full quality of life mods, easy mode, just whack down circles and curves everywhere. But other than this circle, my train line probably will not have many foundations at all involved in the build. It actually uses beams and is kind of a natural flow, follow a certain curve sort of style. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. And really, doing a circle like this and laying rail like this is not time consuming compared to all the architecture. Like that building, I think it was like 1 session to do the blueprints and get it functional, and another 3 or 4 to do the actual architecture around it. The plastic was pretty quick. Like I did the blueprints and the build in one session. I think I've done 2 sessions on the architecture. Maybe it was only 1 session on architecture. That actually came together pretty quickly. Can't remember how many. It's either 2 or 3. 1, 2. So I guess I'm getting a little bit faster on the architecture, but I'm also cutting a few corners. Like if you look at the detail on the plastic factory versus the detail on that versus the detail on the basics factory is probably the most detailed. 1, 2, 3. Oh look, we've already got some here. Oops, that's too far. Because I think it's too far. Plus, you know, in this day of an age with nudge and everything, things are so much easier. Okay. Railway. Like, in the olden days, you couldn't rotate a rail like this to be the right angle. You had to basically put a straight bit on, and then you had to line it up with the straight bit. If that makes sense. Nowadays, you can just whap down and know that it's going to be exactly lined up with the right angle without having to put alignment placeholder rails in place. I also don't know if I'm going to get to any point of actually making the rail look pretty in this session. I have ideas on how to do that. But my main focus is on actual functional layout, which again is, I guess, similar to my factory design. I work on functional first, keeping in mind how I want it to look. And then later on I'll come back and actually finish off the architecture. Yeah, Bert, that's one of the reasons I'm doing these videos, is to show people that it's actually not that hard and to show them techniques to do that kind of stuff. Now, I'm a little distracted in that the original intent of this series was that I would do edited version and guides based on my live sessions. And I know I have not done that yet because of lack of time. I think this one was already out of meter, so it comes out 5. Nope, that's not out enough. If you go back, I've still got my live stream online where I did this circle. I did a blueprint reference and then whacked it out. It was pretty easy to do, if you know how. You're jealous of the building system. Well, there's one way you could use it, Russ. And there is a creative mode, so if you just want to play Satisfactory and just make stuff, and not worry about all this resource stuff, you certainly can do that. If you don't want to worry about stingers attacking you, there is a passive mode. You can turn all that stuff off. So there are lots of different ways of playing Satisfactory. One of them is using mods to make curves and things easy. Part of the reason I do it is I like the challenge of making these things look good with the tools I've been given, but in VR. The VR makes it all more immersive. You like spiders, cool. They can be annoying when they jump on you while you're trying to build stuff though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not sure if that needed to go that far out or the one before. I think it was the one before. Now, Satisfactory has natural roads. So I'm going to try and follow those. We'll see how we go. Tools like these are a difference, especially since making circles for more experienced to be able to solve and repetitive problem. Absolutely, yeah, I know. I know a lot of people who use the tools just because they know how to make a circle and they want to do it quickly. Russ says, killed my USB cable, no PC VR for me until I raise it. No! Rice Munch, how's it going? Good evening or morning. It's usually very early in the morning, I think, where you are. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just guessing how far out it is now. I think it's this one. Plus, as a building game, I get satisfaction in building it, not designing it. And the technique is part of that build. Can you, Russ, is that USB cable hardwired into the headset? Like, can you just buy a replacement USB cable? Like, the Quest 3 is just a standard USB cable, so you can just buy a replacement pretty easily. Okay, I need to figure out if this angle is actually a good angle to come into this. Or is this going to be too tight? So about there. So now if we go, I haven't put, need to put signals on here. No, not build. Here we go. Is that just a rotate? Okay, there is an arrow telling it which way it's going. So by putting a signal there, it actually puts a break in the rail that you can then use to connect your rail to. Go creative mode is not a good excuse because most people will like it. One I will choose the default experience and pressure it provides. Yeah, absolutely. I like the pressure of having creatures attack. That's the thing. Some people don't, though. I just need to have a spare $30 when I remember to do it. You're remembering now, Russ. Right now you could order a cable. Ah, okay, so that break is pretty close to where the right one should be. We should actually put... actually, we should put this brake signal... Oh, I'm going to really go through my computers quickly. Block signal, there we go. Into the breach OST, yeah! My count is in the negative until tomorrow. Oh no, Russ. Now, do I want to bring this from that point, or do I want to... That's not too bad a curve. So for anyone new to Satisfactory trains, most of the time you use a block signal. There is another type of signal, most of the time you don't need it. And it will color code your track into the different blocks. And what the block signal does says, and only a single train can be on a colored part at any particular time. So this means that if there's a train on this yellow bit right here, another train can't come past here until that train is fully pulled into the station. So it has to pass this block signal and be on this orange color before any other train can go past on the yellow color. So you want to put your block signals every, 100 meters or so. Otherwise, if you have a kilometer without a block signal, that whole kilometer will be off limits until the trains have cleared off it. Signals are not hard, they are just new. No, I don't think signals are hard unless you do lots of crossovers with roundabouts and things like that. Even then, there's simple rules that if you follow them is not too bad. It's a faster in most situations. Yes, even though path signals are cleaner, sometimes a block is faster. Yeah. And because I'm not doing double rails or huge intersections yet, this should remain pretty simple. So we will see. Now, so this is the basic curve around the blue crater, and that's pretty much it, other than actually putting architecture so it looks like it's being held up. But as I said, we're not going to do architecture for a long time yet. You've also tested and it's true? Yeah. Sometimes, like even similar with fluids tend to get overly complicated, more so than they need to be. I should put beams on this. Actually, there's a few other bits I need. I'm going to use a lot of beams. Now we're going to use a lot of pillars. You know what? I'm going to put the beam there. And put the signal there. Transport. Okay, so this method of like free range tracks was, I saw in a video by an Aussie guy. And I'm going to give it a go. I've fiddled with it a little bit, but I'll try it out and I'll try and explain it as we go. Or at least I'll put down a few and then kind of explain how it hangs together. Now, the one problem with this system is I want to curve, but I want to keep on the level. But if I'm freeform chucking beams down, it's hard to tell if that's level or not. So I'm going to try something. I'm just going to do I'm just going to do some foundations out as a level guide. Oops. That's going to not attach to the side. Okay. That's actually going to be counterproductive. Actually, you probably want to go straight here. Or actually, do I want to curve around and then curve in a bit more? I might curve in around another bit and then take it from there. This is probably really confusing unless you've already seen the same video I have, but hopefully it will make sense once we get a bit further into putting the tracks down. Server tick rates. Oh, there's lots of chat going fast. I only have a limited scroll back. Found leaving a long section before a path block crosses helps keep the things moving as well. Yes, spacing is important. Putting them close together as I can so the trains can run as close together as they can, except when they're going into a station. I split them and use at least a holding track before the station. Yeah, having a longer stretch is usually fine. Again, it's really hard to kind of describe in text, though. Yeah, that's in too much. It's the next one across. So that is default, so that goes out that way. I'm using this just as a level guide, except I need to rotate it. This is a little experimental for me as well, so I'm kind of making this up as I go. Rotate. That needs to be down a little bit. This is going to be really hard without a hover pack. Really hard without a hover pack. Given I want this flat, I'm actually just going to do this. So this particular method works best when you're not going flat. Okay. So the idea is that you do your rail from there. This is a 40-meter stretch here, and then you go off at 40 at some other angle. So by the time you come to the end of that 40 stretch here, this will actually be lined up and straight, especially if you're on a flat. Again, this doesn't have to be exact. And again, this will probably, hopefully, make more sense once we actually start getting to bits that are not level. Okay, this one needs to be straight out. So basically this is creating tangents to the two ends of the curve such that where they meet, do I need to do the other rail now so I've got enough room? This might actually want to lower down a bit. But I could go up, so it's just coming over that. It's not very roady if I'm going up though. Your roads suck, Blue Crater. We're a train, not a factory cart. So because of the elevation, it's not perfect because the spline is actually based on a spline at a flat side, but the beam has a vertical element. So you just move it back until it is perpendicular to the beam, and then basically that's your set-off point for then continuing the beam onwards. Now, where do we go from here? This is another thing, is like I looked at a map, and now I'm winging it. So when you have a corner piece here, your first painted beam has to come off here, and that's not right. This has to come off default, so it follows that angle there, except it needs to actually be in the right position. And then this one can freeform around the corner. I want to go that way or that way. I think it's that way. We should probably like scout out the area and have a look. Yeah, that's a nasty path. We could squeeze through here and then go up that way. I think that's the way, or we could go all the way up to here. I think was the plan, actually, to come along here. That means kind of coming up here. I also was just reading something today. It's like, yeah, the Blue Crater is a terrible place for trains. Don't do it. Ah, no, don't bite my foot. I'm going to just come up through here. Again, I'm trying to like freeform follow the contours of the Earth rather than specifically just go straight, right angle, straight, right angle. So if I want to go that way, this probably is a decent angle to go. Now the reason you put the pillar on the end is, well, twofold. First, it gives me something to stand on, and second, if you take a default beam and you attach it to a beam here, it goes out. Oh, it actually goes out flat. Maybe I should have played with that. But it won't follow the angle, and so this other one here, you need to be on the same vertical angle as well. So if you use a concrete pillar and you attach a beam to that, it will be at the right angle. And yeah, if we come all the way up here, it's not too bad alignment-wise. One thing I should check is, does the train actually fit under this rock outcrop? And I think that's a no. That's a no. So we need to either come out further, which is probably the better way of doing it. Yeah, let's blow up that thing and just go over the top there.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
It's all the way back here. We need to redo it. We need to redo this one. I think we do. Its curve is wrong. I'm hoping once we're out of this rocky area that, and I get the hang of this, it gets a little bit more free-flowing. Actually, that might need to be 1 meter to properly snap to the right point. And here I don't mind a little slope on it actually, because I am trying to get above that thing over there. See, that's not straight, so I need to pull it back a bit till it is straight. Ish, you know, doesn't matter. This is not an exact science. Oh, I should have left that there. See, with this we can actually hug super tight to the top of that there if we want. Is that not straight at that end? Okay, now before I get too far ahead, there was a warning about an incoming Twitch ad break. So I am going to take a short break here and have a bit of a drink. I'll be back in about 3 minutes and hopefully night won't fall and I won't get attacked by stingers. Hopefully. And my browser with the dashboard has closed, so give me a sec. Okay, here we go. That button. And wait for that to load. Waiting. Come on, Twitch, you can do it. Here we go. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we should be back. We are doing random train lines across the countryside and we haven't got very far. So the idea here is, I will show you the map. Click on the blue crater here. We have a, thematically, we have a plastics factory here making plastic and rubber. And we need to run our train line up here. And we need to go to around this area here. So this is where I'm going to build a Silicon Valley, computers, circuit boards, that kind of stuff. And for the recipes I want to use, we need to bring some rubber up. So there's going to be a train line running all the way up to there. Now also, we have our elevator here that has mole storage. So eventually we want to deliver plastic and rubber to there. We also have like a basics factory and our steel factory that we also want to run those to the space elevator as well. So the design I'm going with is kind of, I'm experimenting with a free range single rail system. So not the traditional double rail slabs of concrete system. I will be doing some supports, but at the moment we're focused more on just getting the actual rail in the right place. And then later on I'll make a blueprint with a nice support that we can run around and put underneath the rails to make it look like it actually belongs there. So this method of free range basically involves running two full-length painted, oh, it doesn't need to be a painted beam, any beam will do, two full-length beams. So the first beam needs to come off following the exact line of where the end of your rail is here. So this beam here is in default mode. We put a pillar there so we actually get up the same angle. And then we've stretched out the full 40 meters. Now at the other end here, we need to aim towards where we're going in freeform mode. So we switch to freeform mode and we're kind of going in that direction, but I don't want to go straight that direction. I want a more gradual curve. So let's kind of aim there, and this is where the wing in it kind of comes in. Now I stick a pillar on the end, firstly because it gives me something to stand on. Well, secondly because I'm going to need another pillar there to build the next beam off. I'm doing this without a hover pack, which is interesting. So because of the altitude difference, this won't exactly line up. If you have a look, it is not exactly straight, but if we move it back a little bit, we can get it so it's kind of pretty straight. And even then, it doesn't super matter if it's not in exactly the right spot. So then we put another pillar further back, sort of semi-flush with the end. And then we rinse and repeat. So we grab a beam in default mode. Come off from the bottom, not there. There. One goes straight. Not straight up. Whoops. It's the problem with having an ultimate aiming device that can aim anywhere. Now we go in freeform mode. Kind of aiming, where were we going? I think we were going that way. So let's give it a bit of room to curve. Trying to get through that gap. I did blow up another bigger rock, but there is a bit of a rock there. You can see that's not quite lined up perfectly, but it's fine. Now, I don't think I'm bringing the second rail up here. I think I am just making this bit single rail, so I might just aim straight for the middle of that gap. Checking I'm not muted. You know, if I stay on here and build this while I'm here, then I don't have to drop to the ground. Go on default mode, please. Out. Maximum length, please. What's going on here? There we go. Ah, there's a voice in my head. Hello, voice. Welcome. How are you going? So I might, oh, see this is tricky because I'm going to have to do a turn at the next one. So I might start turning here. This is actually flattening out a bit, so maybe I do need to go a bit higher. I don't know. Rama Russ says hello, voice in my head. And if this all looks terrible in the end, then I can just tear it down and rebuild it. I think this method works as long as the two beams are the same length. So if you needed to do a tighter turn, you could do, say, 25 meters. No, I haven't run out. What's that clipping into? Is there a deposit on the ground somewhere? No? Why is that turning red? It is a wild viewer. Let's go the full 40. There's going to be stroppy wildlife in this build, so it could be an interesting factor. Now, I don't know if I go left or right up ahead. I think I actually go both. I think there is a reason to go both directions. Okay, spitters might cause a bit of a problem because they can actually like hit me at range. Waiting to be shot in the back here, but I don't think they've noticed me. The piggy has. Now, let's... can I get up there on a single jetpack thrust? I need to get a lay of the land to see how much inclination I need to go up, where these paths actually lead, and if I'm going the right way or not. Because this is a pretty steep path. That's pretty steep. I think I'm going to have a rail going through there to get to the modular frames factory, because eventually we're going to need to deliver those. So what do we got? We've got a nice path up that way, and that's to the modular frames. I think this path goes to areas. Do I want to go through there? I don't think I want to go that way. I think I want to keep going this way. And then I think, depends if there's a way through this wood or not. It's up through there. Maybe that's the way we go. Okay. We've got a long way to go with this rail. Yeah, I think I'm going to come up this way. I think that is the right way to go. Oh, crap, there's killer bees there. They may cause me more grief than the stingers. Not the stingers, the spitters. They run away? Whoa! You did notice me. There he goes. I saw a comment today that suggested building a munitions factory using biocoal from the remains of the animals you kill. That's like, ooh, that would be something different to build. Meds can be really frustrating to get right. Absolutely. And when you're taking too many of them, it's you get fatigued. I mean, at some stage I should make sure a train can actually get up here. So the rule of thumb is that a 2-meter incline is fine and a 3-meter incline is... Well, 4 is too much, but 3 is okay. So if I was to have a 2-meter incline here... that generally in the same direction? Oh, it's gone the wrong way entirely. Okay. The completely not flat ground is kind of throwing me off. Okay, that's a similar incline. I think our incline for this is okay. Hello Jay, I have a factory dedicated to making biofuel out of only spider remains. Only spider remains? Ooh, you must get on into a lot of spiders. Based in that northwest desert area, but pushing out currently as I'm hitting the aluminium part. Ah, cool. Yeah, I've set up my recycling facility to turn animal parts into protein into a biofuel because I don't need DNA for the Awesome Sync. I have plenty of Awesome Sync tickets. So turning the animal parts into biofuel is actually a more useful thing. Partly to get the liquid biofuel. Death to spiders. Hey, we're Australian here. We tend to let friendly spiders live. There are some very angry spiders in this game, though. I think if I just go straight here. Was there a narrow... I think the narrow one was further up ahead. No one's been chilling by the bedroom door? Yep. Yeah, the stingers in Satisfactory are not friendly. Okay, so this technique is, I think, flowing pretty well now that we're over sort of more varied terrain that isn't knotty sort of traps between things. Oops. Aiming for that gap there. Let's go around the poison part. As you can see, as long as you don't want it level, just the freeform placement of the beam tends to flow pretty well. And because you're basically making two tangents to the edge of the curve, approximately. As I said, the spline apparently works on a flat plane, whereas because we have a vertical plane in here, if we put it all the way up to here, it won't be exactly lined up. But again, over the distance we're talking about, if it's out by a little bit of angle, it's not too bad. You know what? I'm going to blow up that stinking tree. The cats have not been fed yet. If I blow up those, I'm afraid I'll blow up the nice tree. I wish there was... Actually, I wonder if the blast from a rebar is more precise than the Nobelisk. I suspect it is. Mort 60 for level, you could just diagonal instead of free. I tried diagonal and it wasn't working, but I'll try it again. A gas Nobelisk will take out gas plants. Rice Munch, does it? Oh, okay, so if you get a gas Nobelisk and it's attached to the stink plant, it does a little explosion which knocks out just the gas plant. Okay. I will try that when I have gas nobelisks. Surgical removal. Okay. Do you reckon if I go diagonal mode... See, diagonal mode is going up and down, and I want to go left and right. Unless I rotate it... Nope, that's still going up and down and not left and right. This is the problem I was having. Okay, so... I do want freeform. Probably want to swing out a bit. And I want to keep going up because I think this is steep up ahead. If I drop down too low, it's going to bite me in the vertical later on. Explosive rebar. Yes, I do think the explosive rebar is more targeted from my past experience, although I do not have them in this game yet. I probably could, I just haven't got around to making that sort of munitions factory build yet. Like, it's almost straight. Oh, where did that go? Wrong angle. Yeah, I haven't made many of the ancillary... Oh, bloody hell. I haven't made many of the ancillary, optional factories. Like, haven't got fluctuators automated. I don't have ammunition automated, because I'm sort of focusing on the key stuff. And when it takes me like 3 weeks to make a plastics factory, sort of after that 3 weeks, it's like I want to move on with the next thing that's going to be useful. I mean, explosives munitions are certainly useful, and so is fluctuators. Why is that red? Never bothered to build factories for them. I have in the past, and they're lots of fun, although they're a very different factory, because to build a munitions factory you need a little bit of everything and not a lot of anything. So unless you make it piecemeal over a bit over here and a bit over there, you tend to end up with lots of trains bringing in tiny amounts of things so that you can make stuff. Which I guess is a good reason to make it at the mall, because if you're bringing all the materials into a mall area, maybe I'll make my munitions near the mall. Henrietta. Okay, the spider. Now, do I follow the path? I think is that way. Does it keep coming this way? Because this is where we need to go to duck down to the... over here we will need to pick up project parts. That's our little project parts factory. And that will go up that way. Oh, something's shooting at me. Ooh. This is a nice path along here, but does it go through? Because we need to go all the way to the Titan Forest with this. Okay, there's actually a couple of coal nodes. I think these are impure coal nodes, and I was going to use them for my nuclear factory, which I'm planning on building in the swamp. Yeah, okay, we're too close to the swamp here. Ooh, summer sloop. What's the catch? Am I going to get irradiated? Attacked? No?
Sings the first symphony of the blood.
First, there was a whole involved process of evolution from single-celled organisms to mammals, rodents specifically.
Explosion.
And that's not even explaining the whole dinosaur extinction meteor making room for mammals to dominate the animal kingdom instead.
Multiple explosions.
You know what? I will just compile a data package for you to look at later, because I don't even know where to start with the whole ape thing.
Harmonious explosion.
Yeah, I kind of miss the old messages. Can't remember some of the messages. What about paternal figure needs your help? And this looks more like a main path. Which means I might have gone the wrong way. I'd rather not have the train line like constantly weaving about all over the place. Although I can branch off from it. See, this looks like a main thoroughfare through here. And there's Titan trees. And that's coal. That's not what I was expecting. There's lots of nasty stuff up here. Okay, this is where we're trying to get to, so this isn't too bad. So if we do come up through there or through this path and then follow the river up, having a train follow a riverbed line looks pretty cool. Okay, so we should really aim for here. So let's see if I can do this in VR. Map. New map marker. Ta-da! Train. Mark a view so we can see it from a distance and highlight this point. So now we have a big beam in the sky to aim for with our rails. And so we should probably scout backwards and see... Oh, Sam? Is it this way or that way that I want to go? This is very east. It's like a direct east route across here. Just tested, they have tiny radius. Ah, cool. Right, the explosive rebars. 2 trees in one go. They don't affect the shrubs or anything else, really. Yeah, oh, we got company. I'm actually a little disappointed with explosive rebars. Why do I keep firing just as he jumps? Just a sec. shoot just as he lands, not just as he's about to jump. Okay, now breathe. Yeah, explosive rebars, I used to use them for combat all the time, but I think after they made a particular change, they seem to get less effective. Okay, so yeah, that's the other factory. I think we do need to come this other way. There's 2 lizard doggos there. But they are excellent foliage removal devices. Where's that beam in the sky? Not very visible here. Biofuel, yes. Did I pick up the bit? I think I did. Okay, there's the beam. So if we come down here, there seems to be a pretty good thoroughfare through here. Also looks like a good place for a factory. Don't know if there's any... Okay, let me just check my Twitch dashboard for a second. Checking how long until the next ad break, because I do have dinner on the horizon as well.
Halo_J just followed you. Thanks
thank you
for
for
the follow,
the follow,
Halo_J, and welcome to the channel.
It's a bit hilly here, but I think... Anyone know where I left my rail? Aha! Oh, that guy's shooting at me. It is dark here. Okay. Oh, missed. They come out from YouTube, but most live broadcasts I prefer on Twitch. Cool. Twitch tends to be a bit more interactive. The YouTube stream is better for like the archival version. And YouTube one I think is a little higher quality too. Like I stream in a higher bit rate. So I still can't see that beacon on the map, although I at least could see the icon if I look here. Whoa! Put that away. Okay, it's through there, so could... That's a long way. I think I need to circle up through here. So this way... and then do a wrap around and come up this way. Through there. That was it, wasn't it? No? I mean, it's a nice little tunnel to go through. Oh yeah, that's past the doggos. Okay, so we're kind of aiming for here. Whoa! Made me duck. Oh, he's a big boy. Okay. There's more doggos. Did he notice me? He noticed me, damn it. he's stuck. There you go, Logan. Whoa, VR combat! Sorry. Don't know where that little guy came from. I thought I killed all the little guys in here. Hey. Yes, VR combat. It is very fun. Especially once you get the jetpack and can start circling around them. B3, there's more add-ons integrations on Twitch, yes. YouTube gets that sort of be more or less equal. Yeah, and I also wonder if I miss some YouTube chat messages sometimes. Because I rely on I can't see the YouTube dash itself. So I'm relying on the multi-stream chat to be able to see what chat is saying. And I wonder sometimes if I'm missing some of the YouTube messages. And that's the thing, is like, Twitch don't want me multi-chatting between Twitch and YouTube. But honestly, quite a few people discover me on YouTube, and quite a few of them come over and start watching on Twitch. We need to keep circling around that big tree and then up. This is a curvy train line. Oh, blocked. TV Marud, would it be wrong to request you to play on a Cat VR platform and then IRL camera review while fighting hogs? Well, I'd still be jetpacking if I was flying the hogs, so that the Cat VR wouldn't be as easy. So this is using UEVR, but accompanied with UEVR Enhancements mod, which is an in-game Satisfactory mod. So UEVR will give you the VR view, but the Enhancements mod gives you the hands, it gives you custom VR user interfaces, the radial menus, camera control for making sure the UI screens all work correctly and all that kind of stuff. So it's UEVR is enabling the VR mode, and the mod is doing sort of the actual experience side of things. And I am the creator of the VR mod, so if you have any questions about it, I will happily answer them. I want to circle more around the tree. And if you're on Twitch, if you do !VR mod, it should give you a link to the mod homepage with all the details. And I also have a setup guide video on my YouTube that sort of steps through the process of installing it and setting it up. And we have some channels on the Flat to VR Discord for if you have any technical problems or want to give feedback or want to get involved in alpha testing. If you want to make that work by hijacking the controllers. What was Marood's question again? Oh, the Cat VR. So I used to play a co-op game with a couple of guys, and one of them was actually playing Satisfactory VR on a Cat VR, and he was literally walking around the whole planet and the whole world on his Cat VR. He didn't stream and he didn't have a camera, but it can be done. And yes, there was one brave individual who has actually done it. And sometimes he pops by this stream, although he's probably starting his workday about now. Been Flat to VR for years, cool. Only really played Valheim and both Subnauticas using mods, cool. I tried Valheim, but I think at the time my graphics card sucked and it wasn't good. Subnautica I want to try again. I had a better graphics card, but I've got an even better one now. So I do really want to try Subnautica again. So if we circle around the tree there. The train lines now snap to pillars. I don't think they do. Played a little Valheim in flat, it was fun. I played a lot of Valheim in flat. I played with some friends of mine. Sad that Subnautica require mods to make that proper. Yeah, the default Subnautica support is a little disappointing. But I have tried it with the mod that gives the full controls, and Subnautica was really cool, but I was having frame rate issues, so it's definitely on my list to go back and give it another go. Exactly, a good mod makes a lot of difference and can give an amazing experience. I'm a little bit behind though, because I spent a long time working on this mod. This is actually my first proper playthrough of Satisfactory since I reached 1.0 with the mod. Do we want to circle lower down and around? Maybe we do. I think we do want to come out a bit broader. So it should just be a case of redrawing from this point, an angle that's further out. They're going to be 1, 2, or 2 before I finish. It probably will be, yes. Although then I'll have to update the mod to work better with 1.2 because I'm sure they'll break a few things for me. I have a voice in my head asking when the next break is. The next break is in 14 minutes. It's the one of the pink caves with those huge snake things. One grabbed me and stuck its fangs in my chest, screamed so loudly I hurried around and found myself on the sofa. Oh, they're talking about Subnautica. Rails do not snap to anything outside other rails. They do snap to foundations, Lego Logan. You can now line up rails with foundations. So if I had, and this was, I think, added in, was it 1.0 or 1.1 that they added it? I think it was 1.0. So if you have a random rail coming from here to this foundation here, you can actually rotate it, and you can actually snap it to an exact angle on the foundation. It's a terrible example because of the angle, but it will actually snap and then you can rotate the endpoint so it fits. Might have another go at doing a reference foundation to try and get this one level. Might do it off to the side. Because if I go diagonal mode, it won't let me go left, right. It'll only let me go up, down diagonal, which is less useful. So this way I can kind of eyeball it. Or even attach it to that. I mean, DB Maru, you've snapped lots of rails to foundations, didn't you, for your build? In the Pass It On event. Yeah, the cursed build. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, definitely foundations snapping much improved. I think it was 1.0. I don't think they snap to anything else. Yeah, only foundations. Moves on the fine world grid. Snapping to me sounds like it should behave like how rail snaps when you make an intersection. Yeah, yeah. But like if I can't take this rail and get it to perfectly line perpendicularly with this beam, I can kind of eyeball it, and that's why this two long beams of the same length works, because it's doing tangents to the curve effectively. If I did different length beams, these ends would not line up nearly as well. Okay, so this is going to be a sharp corner. Let's see how this one works. This is a pretty sharp corner, sharper than anything we've done so far with this method. Yes, you can place a rail and snap. That's how we used to do alignments back in the day, is you'd put a new rail at the destination aligned exactly how you wanted, and that would be... Oops, I need to put a thing on the end. That would be how you'd get it to behave and go the right angle. At least now you can just use foundations. This one's nearly... I think this one's pretty spot on because I didn't change the altitude much. Now, are we going through that hole? Let me look ahead. Yes, I think we were going through here and following the path around to that point. That's what we're aiming for. To control as one of the keys in VR. Yes, so for snapping, yes. Build most rails with blueprints or build the ends for curves and make the middle. That's the way I never felt it missing. Yeah, that is a method of doing it. I'm trying a more freeform way to just get a flowing single rail at this time, so trying a different way. So yes, the bottom left button over here is effectively snap or control in different modes. So you can see it's got a magnet icon there. So if I'm... Actually, this is a bad example. Where's the foundation? So if I'm aiming the foundation free, it's fine, but if I hold down snap, it's snapping to the world grid. And I've also got this new build assist menu here. So you can see I'm in build mode and zoop is on. And if I hold down snap, I'm now in snap mode, and I also have a new rotate mode while I'm in snap that gives easier rotation. So if I built that like that, and then I went to put another one on top, if I rotated, it would rotate 45, but if I hold down snap, then I can rotate 5-degree increments. So yes, all the controls are there. That assist view ghost over build ghosts. I'm not sure what you mean. So I think I'll stick to this side. If I aim for just above it, because we're going to want to go over it. The assist view goes over there. So the assist view is part of the HUD, so it does sit forward. So the stuff that you build is behind it. The background behind the items is a little translucent though, so it's also kind of odd because in VR it's a closer focal distance. You can just kind of completely ignore it, and as long as you're focusing on the things behind it, your mind doesn't really see it. So you can choose whether to see it or not. That said, there is an option in the menu to turn the new build assist off. So you can either turn it off completely, or you can have it so it's only on full HUD mode. So full HUD mode has all the rest of the stuff. You can have it so it only shows up when you're in that mode. Good night, Russ. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good weekend. In my monitor, but when you build a system and you intersected with the build ghost, it looked like it was making a ghosting trail. I do have DLSS on, so it might have been a DLSS ghosting issue, which is, I think, more prominent with UI elements or widget elements. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was that. I am using the latest and greatest DLSS 4.5, which is supposed to be much better, but it is still not 100% perfect. Now, am I going that way? Yes, I'm going that way. So I do need to start curving around past the doggos. This is a quite heavy game to run, even though I've got a 5080. It's still a bit of a beast to run this game at high enough resolution and frame rate for VR. Because VR, I'm basically running at 2,400 vertical pixels by 4,000 something wide because there's two screens. So it is very high res. Oops. Plus VR, you really want a good frame rate because if you don't have a good frame rate, you get motion. You can get motion sickness effects.
Incoming propaganda broadcast
there's
detected.
an ad break coming up.
Please seek shelter.
So I am targeting 60 frames a second. And in the headset, I'm using a headset function which basically does what they call reprojection, where it fills in the motion data to make it 120. Yeah, 960, I'm afraid, won't cut it. I developed the mod mostly on a 2080. I bought a second-hand 3080 for a while, and I've just recently upgraded to a 5080. And the 3080 is quite playable solo, but sort of not great for streaming because you do have a penalty having various other streaming things run. Is this a safe place to log out? I don't think this is. How is dinner going? Is dinner ready? Is it served? Okay, can you please dish up dinner? And I will... Right, thank you. Laptop GPU, mind you. Really? Yes. Okay. I have a 4070 laptop, which is actually what is my streaming PC. And it was okay, but the 3080 desktop was actually better than the 4070 laptop for the VI. Do you get that big FPS boost in VR with DLLs? Didn't really see that difference. Was locked at 75. So that the 60 to 120 is a Quest 3 headset thing. It's actually in the headset. So if you're using Steam VR, I might actually... You know what? I'm just going to build a bunker. Steam VR does similar sorts of things on the PC, and yes, it's reprojection or frame smoothing, they call it, I think. But because I'm streaming to the Quest 3, the PC does 60 to the Quest 3, and then Virtual Desktop in the Quest 3 interpolates that to 120 using motion data. And it does a pretty good job of it. So you will not see any of that 120 at all, you'll just see the 60 source. And I don't hit 60 smoothly all the time, there are dips and drops. But overall it is smooth. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my bunker. I'm going to take a dinner break when the ads start. So I'll be about 15 minutes. And then we will continue this. Or I might actually... Yeah, I'm on a bit of a roll here. I at least want to get to the marker. But at some point I want to take a break and do some blueprint designs for some actual supports. So this is my home away from home, or sometimes my timeout room for bad things. I'll drop on top of them. But we have a bit of protection here so that if any stingers come out at night and try and eat me, hopefully they won't get through the roof. But yes, I have tweaked a lot of settings, and I am running in performance mode in DLSS, and that's why DLSS is essential. If I was running native res without DLSS, I would get nowhere near 60 frames a second. So DLSS is carrying the burden of making my frame rate decent. But DLSS 4 and 4.5, the quality actually looks really good. It's quite impressive how crisp everything looks, considering it's scaling it up from... It's basically 60% rendering that I'm on performance mode. Okay, I'm going to take a dinner break here. Thank you for watching so far. I'll be back after, and if you have any more questions, let me know once I return, and I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Right, clicking all the buttons. Testing, testing. Yes, I think we are back. The mic is on. Yes, we're good to go. Hooray! I finished my dinner, which was a delicious lasagna. Yes, using kangaroo mince, which is a very lean, very healthy meat. Rice. What mic am I using? I am using, gee, what's it called? It's a little lapel mic. I can't remember the name of it now. It's not an antlion. I had an antlion, and the antlion, because it was a boom mic, I kept either hitting it with my hands. Let me just peek through my nose hole here. Holly Labs. The Holly Labs Mark II, I think. So it's this tiny little thing about the size of a, well, 10-cent coin if you're in Australia, which is on my shirt. And it seems to be, firstly, I don't punch it as much as I used to punch the antlion. And it gives pretty good sound quality given how tiny it is. And it comes in a pack with two, so basically during the dinner break I'll swap out one mic and put in the other mic, although they have like 8 hours or something charge in them each. So they last plenty long time. I'm trying to remember the actual name of them. Is it Hollyland? Well, I like, because I lift my hand, so when I lift my hand to reach into my backpack, or lift this hand to access my HUD or my lights, so there's gesture-based stuff, depending on which side the antlion mic was attached to. And I even tried a neck holder to have the antlion sort of come up to me, like old 40s style radio kind of thing. And I kept punching it there too. So it was actually Croy VR who put me onto this other mic. And he's had good results with them, so I thought I'd give them a go, and they've actually been really good. I've actually been fiddling with some sound settings in OBS as well, so I have a couple of extra audio filters on there, including an actual music production equalizer, so it's a bit more advanced than the default equalizer that's built in, which allows me to really kind of tune in the ups and downs of specific weaknesses of the microphone. Although I'm not saying it's tuned in perfectly, but I did sort of cover up some of the weak points that were really obvious and stood out to me. There's a config file for the controllers so that you can share it. There is an in-game mod. You need the in-game mod. There is not a config just for controllers. You have to have the in-game mod because everything is based off it. Basically, the UEVR profile sends the commands specifically that the mod is looking for. It's not using generic commands or generic controls. And there's basically, like currently, my buttons on this hand will do scanning, or they'll put me into dismantle mode. And if I am in dismantle mode, they will change. So now the top button is multi-select and the bottom button is filter. So the controls actually change considerably for every single context mode that you can change in. Like the controls will remap and change when I'm pointing at a menu here versus elsewhere. So there's like 30 different control mappings all to different states. No, actually, sorry, it's not 30. I think it's actually closer to 100. And like there's only so many buttons on here, but there's over a dozen different game states that the controllers could change in. So when you hop in a vehicle, the controls change to be completely different. When you're in a hypertube, the controls change to be different. Can you map them yourself? No. And that's part of the reason, is because they are so complicated. It would be very difficult, not impossible, but very difficult for me to implement customizable controls. There's a lot of doggos around here. And I need to make sure that, like the snap button, there's no point having the snap button on this hand because you're dealing with aiming and build controls. So there's a heck of a lot of consideration and trial and error and testing.
DPVR just hit a 3-stream watch streak. That's impressive
DP.
dedication.
Yay, you use my new stream streak thing. I could potentially let people put in a different conf file, but yeah, there's a lot of context awareness that it needs to be taken into consideration to get the controls to actually continue to function and mesh with every other mode and combination. There is a lefty mode, so if you're left-handed you can swap them. Yes, there is a wiki that has the custom controls all mapped out and written down. So if you go to the mod page, there is a link to the wiki, support wiki there, and that includes a controls page that should have documented all the controls. Maybe not the very latest ones that are in the alpha that I haven't released yet, but certainly the majority of the controls are there. And it'll tell you, when you're in build mode, this is the controls and so on. Someone has finally an alert for this. Really? Am I the first tippy? Well, that's why I added the build HUD, is because if you guess which button to press, now the build HUD will give you feedback, like I just clicked build. But if I accidentally hit the button over here, what does that do? Oh, that does snap mode. What happens if I hit this button? Oh, that does rotate mode. So the new build HUD gives you a bit more feedback on what you're doing, because I've like everything is on the wrist. Like if I'm here in build mode, it tells me exactly what's going on here on the wrist. And if I, go into rotate mode here, it's all there. But people don't look at this while they're building. They have their hands by their sides and they press a random button and they go, oh, what's that random button do? I don't know. But yeah, there are hints on the back of your wrists. Every single thing along here actually has a hint as well. So you can press X to snap mode, you can press Y for lock, for nudge. All the hints are actually on this menu and shown here, but people don't necessarily check here, so... Yeah, this does give you button prompts, but you have to look at this menu to actually see them. And yeah, a lot of people just ignore those. I've tried. Short of shoving it in people's faces, I've tried. And I guess that's what the build helper is. It's kind of shoving it in people's faces. But the thing is, the build help, like I like minimal HUD. I like to see nothing. Like I'm in the world. I do not need interruptions. So I was very cautious about this build HUD, but I'm actually finding it useful myself because I don't look at my wrists, and if I'm hammering buttons and suddenly I'm in like zoop mode or anything like that, freeform mode, how do I know what mode I'm in unless I'm exactly counting how many button presses I've pressed? So yes, I am finding it useful myself. Deep nested button and content aware button prompts are gold. Yes. Well, I could I did think about putting button hints on the HUD. Yeah, there are 4 buttons that do a lot. And you don't even need the 4 buttons. Like, this mod works with the old 5 wands because everything is available through these menus. So if you're not sure, you can press the build menu and then you can trigger. And then here you can go, well, I want to nudge. So you go lock into place and then you can go arrow up. So you can actually do everything in these menus here without using the ABXY at all. But the ABXY are very useful shortcuts. But yes, it was really a challenge to get the controls to be intuitive, but still cover every sort of thing that needed to be covered. Very much a build challenge. Do I want to come down a bit? Come down too much, I'm going to hit the ground. I want to go between the trees or around the trees. It'd be nice to weave through there. That way we can leave room, because there is a node over there. So there's a slim chance in the future we might want to actually build something here. So if I can get past the tree on that side, that will be better, I think. So we're kind of aiming there, I think. Wonder if we can go further down. I can't go too far down. I think I'll try that height. Joystick with 360 triggers. Do you know how many layers of buttons you have? Like in most cases, the layers are pretty obvious. Like there's main modes are build mode, so I'm building currently, and there's dismantle mode, and then there's the default mode, and I can actually show you. I'll show you. You can actually come in here, and if you turn on debug log, it shows you up the top what your current state is. So we're currently in default state, so that's one set of controls. Now if I'm in build mode, that's build mode. You've got dismantle mode, but you've also got, can I nudge a beam? No, I can. So I'm in nudge mode. So those are kind of the main modes, but you also have things like you're in a hypertube, you're hand mining something, you're in a vehicle, you're in a train, all that kind of stuff. So there's a few main ones. Like this is a different mode here. I'm currently in the pause menu. And this set of bindings when you're in this menu is entirely different from the rest of the game. And other later modes, like it doesn't replace the entire set. So if I'm in build mode, you know, I can still move around. The movement controls aren't overridden. But like I'm turning here with my left and right stick. But if I grab a foundation and I go into snap mode, left and right now rotates the foundation instead of me turning. So the turn normally works in build mode, but when I'm in snap mode or when I'm in rotate mode like this, then left and right allows granular rotations. So even things like left and right, they're mostly not changed, but there's a few specific situations where they are actually changed as well. And that rotate mode, by the way, is in the alpha. It's not in 103. So this new build menu, the new build user interface, and that new rotate mode are in the new alpha, which is available for people if they want to test. You can just go into the mod manager, and if you look in versions, there'll be a 1.0.3 alpha 4. You can manually select that and it'll install the alpha. That's actually pretty lined up pretty well. Could have come a little lower actually. I think I do want to come a little lower. I'll leave that there so I know to come lower than that. Yeah, that's fine. That should be fine. I mean, would people be interested in a HUD that told you exactly what the buttons did at all times, like a hold my hand button help thing? I did consider putting it in. So say on the screens it just had A, B, X, Y buttons and what the trigger and that does. You know, have something that's almost visible. And you did that. Now, where are we going with this one? We are veering off to the side here. It's kind of veering off, so maybe flattening out a little bit. Not diagonal. So we are going to go straight through this tree. Did I bring a chainsaw with me? I mean, even maybe just button hints while in build mode. Might be a bit tight. Yeah, that's too tight. Okay, we need to swing out more than that. You know, I thought I'd miss not having a hover pack to do this, but it's actually not too bad with just the jetpack. He says falling off. That's a bit closer to the edge. Do I want to come out a little bit further? How's our clearance? Oh, damn it. I'm going to be fussy. Individ, hi, how's it going? Good evening. I may have to need to move this across that way. We are laying curvy tracks across the countryside to get... Currently we're building it from the rubber factory to where I'm going to be building a new computers factory. But I'm using just trying a different method of doing rails rather than doing it super structured. I'm kind of doing free-range, single rail curving through the forest sort of style. And the hardest part was actually at the start. Yay! Okay, I was going to say if it's a couple of inches over I might ignore it, but actually it does clear it, so that's all good. Except we need to swing right around here. I think I might need to bring this further out to get the right angle. I don't want to go too far out. I want to keep it at least straight. Yeah, angle's slightly wrong. I think the direction is good, but the vertical angle needs to come up a little bit. Otherwise, we're going to get a little too close to the ground. Oops. And that's only marginally higher. Yeah, and from here, we should be able to go more that direction. Can we even go that steep? We'll try it. Doggo is on the rail watching me. I wonder if I could get them to ride a train car back with me. Because it's a long way to walk back with the doggo. That's still going to go straight that way before curving that way. Can we come tighter? I'll try it at this angle, but I reckon we could come around the corner tighter perhaps. Yeah, maybe not. This is going to be close to that as it is. Did that land on top of... No, it did. That's fine. Okay. How are we looking? Oof. There might be some animation elements that clip. I think that's close enough. I mean, this one we can swing around. Actually, it should go around the SAM anyway, so maybe we do cross and cut through there and up, just to avoid that SAM. I didn't even know about that SAM node, which is curious. But then again, one of the reasons I'm playing this playthrough on this side of the world is I've never built around here. So I'm discovering lots of new build locations. I'm probably going to have to get some more protein. If I actually hit him. Oh crap! There's company. That's a lot of big ones. Those balls aren't going to stand a chance. Wow, that was a slaughter. How many rebars I have left? 22. Not a lot. Oh. Not good, not good. Ooh, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. That was one down. There were at least three. Run! Just don't panic.
Dippy VR says, just don't panic.
I ran right into a corner. Got stuck. So it looks like for the rest, I'm going to have to use stun rebars and my whacking stick. Where did they come from? Did night just fall? Maybe they just came out at night, but those boars got slaughtered. You know what? I can make more rebars. I'm a pioneer. Access to dimensional depots. Nope, wrong building. No, rebars. 729 should be enough. Watch out, Bean, there's stingers around. Tell you what, there was a moment of panic when those 3 stingers just launched out of those poor boar. Peaceful factory building game, most of the time. If it's one-on-one, I can use ammo. If it's one-on-one, I can use the stun rebar and hit him with the stick. But if there's more than one at a time, I have to use normal rebars and stay mobile. Where did they go? Maybe they came from above. I'm also low on fuel, which is not great. You know, I just wanted to make it to the marker at least before I headed home and regrouped. I can't see them. Maybe they just ate their food and went home. Is that one up there? Nope, that's one right there. Okay, can I lure just one of them over? They don't have the best eyesight. Yes! Impure. Okay, so not great. Oh, there's coal here though. Is there iron? Not particularly close. Not particularly close, because I was thinking I could make some fluctuators. If I recall, they need pipes. Hang on, pipes are, yeah, steel. And so for steel, I would need coal and iron. So I think that might do it, because I can, from here, I can curve directly up between those trees. Can hold it long enough. Wondering if I need to make this quite as steep as that. Probably would be better to make it more of a gradual slope up. Now, I didn't actually connect power to any station, so while despite having a perfectly connected railway, I can't drive a train home. I'm gonna have to walk. Actually, there's probably power lines nearby I can zip line to. Where'd that go? Okay. So we just kind of head that direction. That's another coal move. Wonder if there's any sulfur around here, because if there was coal and sulfur, you could make a basic munitions factory. And if with Sam, you could use a converter to get all the other materials you need for all the other types of factory materials. Is there sulfur nearby? No. Okay, scrap that idea. Okay, I don't have much fuel, so I'm going to head home. Where exactly are we on the map, I wonder? Okay, so we could follow the railway line, but I reckon there's a power pole over here that we can zip line home on, because that's what I did to get up to the coast. So let's use our last bit of fuel to go hunting the zip line. Bomerk, good evening, how's it going? So this will come over here. Ah, this is where at the river bit. Okay, yes. So we're going to follow the river around to the spot we're going to build our factory. And I can see power lines running over there. So we head this way. We should be up another coal? The one I already said, that's impure. Where is the nearest actual... one there? And the other one's high up, so this is probably the easier one to get to. So this line actually runs all the way to the Dune Desert, where I built a second coal power station. Look up, glad I caught the stream. Cool, cool, welcome. We're halfway-ish, maybe a little over halfway-ish. We are setting up train lines from the rubber factory to a place up north where I'm planning to build my computer factory. And I'm using I'm basically doing a single winding rail rather than the traditional double rails slapped on foundations, rigid sort of thing. So I'm trying to follow the contours of the land, which has been an interesting challenge. Okay. But I just need to head home because I am low on liquid biofuel. So I'm going to top up on that. Wow, okay, I got lots of solid biofuel. Let's make a ton more liquid biofuel. So this is my recycling center. So if I put that in, plus if I put in some plastic as well, probably already have tons of plastic in the storage upstairs, but let's just put a bit more in. It will make more liquid biofuel for me. Yeah, and so we've got all this biomass here, so if I could turn that into biocoal and turn that into ammo, that would be kind of cool. Now, while I'm here, I was planning on unlocking something I have been meaning to for a while. I have some spare mesospheres and fluctuators. I think that's all I need. Do I need pipes as well? It's time to finally... Oh, computers. Oh, computers. Stuff it. I can already... I can handcraft... Oh. 17. That's going to use up too many computers. Damn it. Basically, this will allow me to upload anything I want into the inventory, which I'm not desperate for. There's ways of manually uploading stuff. But I am really short on computers, and those are handcrafted, which takes ages and is boring. Unless the doggos have computers for me. It'd be a really good time for a doggo to give me like a stack of 20. Timmy's been out hunting. Oh, purple slug. Very good, Snowy. Cable scratch. Alright. George has got rubber. We don't need rubber, George. We need computers. What a pool area for doggos. You too can make a pool area for doggos. And doggos, I saw some more in the wilds, so I might get you some friends soon. And then I keep meaning to make a water slide for slugs. One of these days I'll get around to it. So I'm going to not unlock the personal depot deposit, but I'm going to just quickly manually put some liquid biofuel in. The good old manual way. So this is totally a temporary solution. Noted this time. I'm going to get all the liquid biofuel out of here. I might actually, as part of the liquid biofuel processing, one of these upstairs, but I'll do that another time. Load all that in. Actually, while I'm here, I'm going to put some solid biofuel in as well. That way, if I ever need a chainsaw and I forget to take some solid biofuel, I've got some in the depot. So I've been very restrained in what I throw in the depot because it's a bit hard to access it from VR because keyboard support is not great. You can, but it's much easier if things are kind of well structured in here, and the depot has things that you throw in the random order you throw things in. So I've tried to keep these as the primary building parts in the order you get them. And so we just had packaged fuel, so now I'm putting in big liquid biofuel, and I'll put in solid biofuel, so at least there's a few different type of fuels that are kind of grouped together. And I'll take one slab for the road. And if we put these stinger remains in here, they will get recycled into protein, and the protein we can turn into biomass. On my power platform, I made a giant water channel. I'll send you some pics. Cool, that would be cool. Yeah, I keep meaning to do water builds, and I keep forgetting. So this is kind of my first attempt, and it's pretty basic. And it does need some work. Like, this pool is way too blue, and these aren't coloured because I can't colour just the inside of the edge. I need to figure out a way of doing that. Maybe a ring of beams around the edge so I can have a coloured edge without having the whole slab above it coloured. Doesn't build mode auto pull? Build mode does auto pull from the depot, yes. But sometimes it's like I need plastic in large slabs, so I can come in here and pull out piles of plastic. This is just the way I've decided to sort it. Like, I need these things in the depot because they're what I build with all the time, but like, I'm not throwing screws in here, I'm not throwing slugs in here, because they will just take up room, and I don't need slugs in an emergency. So I'll happily carry around summer sloops and slugs and mercerspheres. I mean, helps that I don't have the personal upload each at the moment, so that kind of restricts me. But because all the buildables are in the depot, I don't run out of inventory space if I carry those other things around with me. Okay, so I might do a little blueprinting now here for something a little different. Because I did talk about supports before. So I'm going to take a little break from lay and rail. And I'm going to just use a Mark 1 designer because we're just talking about a small support that's going to snap onto rails. First time chat, Nomad Ninja. Depending on the checkbox, it should pull from inventory first. It does pull from inventory first. Yes. So if I go and get slabs and slabs of concrete, it will pull from my inventory before it grabs from here. Which is good because if I build a million things out of the concrete out of the depot and then I delete them, it fills my inventory. So eventually your inventory fills over quickly. So by having take from inventory before depot on, building will pull from the inventory first, so my inventory never gets full. And then once the stuff in my inventory is used, then it'll start pulling from the depot. So I usually carry extra slabs of concrete and steel beam, and because I'm laying rails, I've also got extra steel pipes. Most other things, what's in the depot is enough. Okay, so I'm going to do a fairly simple design that is pretty much, I'm going to copy what Big Booty Tom had, if anyone is familiar with his quite famous save. Why am I even looking in here? It's all in the hotbar bar here. So I'm going to snap something underneath the rails as we go. I kind of had a little play before, and I think if I do this, so that was actually a half nudge there. So this is 7.5 meters tall. And that's 4 meters across, which is about the width of the rail. And this is just a very simple triangle. I'm tempted to copy his design verbatim and then add a few tweaks to it because I actually really like his design. So he pretty much has this as sort of a regular rail. And then he has a design for a main pillar. So if I might need to make the other main pillar support bigger. I'm very curious to know how people play this game, survival mode or creative limitation with the phases. I play this standard settings, so the survival mode is not, there's not a huge amount of survival elements in the game. There are aggressive creatures, which we ran into earlier, but on the whole, like there's no thirst or hunger or anything like that. It's just pretty much resource management for buildables. And when you set up a factory that's making all the stuff you need, and all the stuff you need is going into this dimensional depot that you can access anywhere, then really it's not too hard to juggle materials. Like in the Dark Ages before the dimensional depot, we used to have big malls with hundreds, well not hundreds, about 30 containers with all the stuff in it. And before any build, we'd go to those containers and we'd pick out slabs of all the different stuff we needed. So there was a lot of resource management before, but the dimensional depot has kind of simplified that a lot. Now, color scheme wise, I really need to get away from the boring old standard colors. Bright red, maybe? I mean, say glad those days are over? Yeah. You could call it Home Depot. Remember building 12-car long project trains and filling with the concrete? Absolutely. Like, I do remember having, so you build a train line out to your build site, and then you'd have a train full of all the materials you'd need to do the build. So that way you didn't have to go home every occasional to fill up on supplies. So this is partial, but I'm going to call this train. Let's call it a brace. I'm going to put this under... Oh, I don't have anything under transport. Excellent. He will put all the blueprints to do with train lines and stations and things. So we should call it track brace, not train brace. Can I rename it? I don't think I can. Oops. So that's kind of the little one that goes between things, although it actually won't have that and it won't have that on the bottom. So the next one is similar, but it has from here going down further. Nudged up a meter there. Save with new name, delete. Oh, yes, exactly. Save with the new name, delete the old. It's not a priority at the moment, so I'll get to it later. That's a big one. I think I need to make this blueprint a bit bigger and have this pillar further down. Actually, no, there's a smaller one now, isn't there? There's a beam one. This one, beam support. Yeah, okay, so that goes like that. This is support. Yep. Although I wanted to change the colors, I should change the colors because this one I wanted to be a grey because this will be the main beam support. Definitely Aussie A-frames there. Okay, let's change the colour of this. Now we could go a metallic colour. That's a bit silver. That's a bit more silver than I'd wanted. Carbon steel, maybe. Yeah, that could work. And make that sort of dark. Okay, give that a go. You're back. What did you miss? When did you leave? You missed an awesome epic fight with 4 boars. Where I went to attack the 4 boars and then 3 giant stingers leapt out and destroyed them in front of me and then turned to face me. Let's delete these 2. We're just home to refill our jetpack because it ran up, and I'm working on a little bit on some basic designs for some train track braces and supports, just to take a little bit of break from laying track. I can't remember when that was. Oh, GTD got to go. Right. No, I can't remember when that was. Sorry. But yes, I think you missed the epic stinger fight. Let's go try this. I mean, this is just a bit experimental. And if it's terrible, I'll just scrap it and come back later on. Actually, track support is the one I wanted in the hotbar, because that's the one that is going to be the main one I'm placing first. So somewhere around here is a bit of rail. Ah, actually that's going to be the hardest spot to do it, because this sort of assumes you're off the ground a bit. Maybe I should have hotkeyed the big one. So these pillars you can stick anywhere along here. So I can just go, let's put a support there. And then if I get my blueprints, let's see if this works, and I snap it to the bottom. If I've done my math correctly, we have a support. Does that need to be a little higher? That's the question. So let's try putting another one somewhere. Because yeah, in my testing I figured out it was actually easier to snap it to the bottom of these than to try and snap to the top or fiddle around. And then we'll put kind of eyeballing it here. Change to the track brace. That'll still snap to the same point. And you get a beam like this, and you go from here to there, to there, that. And oh, I need a middle point on this to snap this to. That should have been the same point. That's what I'm missing. So that needs there so that there's a rail across there. And that would actually probably be maybe the red color there. And then you can put your pillars under here. Come on, why isn't that snapping to the bottom? That's a bit weird. I think this color might be a little dark. I think I need a lighter gray here. I'm not sure about the super bright red either. But you can see the actual height is actually the correct height, and that once you snap the dots, the side beams on, it actually all lines up under the track quite nicely. It'd be awful to have those bottom pieces go from the braces to the bottoms of the supports at the end. Hang on, I'm being shot at. Now he's running away. Come back! Oh, I'm still on a stun. I mean... Nope. To have those bottom pieces go from the braces to the bottom of the supports on the end. I'm trying to figure out what you mean. Do you mean from here to down there? So it snaps onto the bottom down there. Oh, that's really hard to get to, actually. Like that. Is that what you meant, Nomad Ninja? Yeah, okay. Suppose it kind of gives it a more suspension bridge kind of look, doesn't it? That's really finicky to get this in the right spot, though. Yeah, might need a bit more angle. Well, what we can do is we can build a few more and see how it looks when we're further going down. This is also like going up a slope, so it would look very different when going at a flat. But this whole point of the curly rail, though, is it is going constantly up and down slopes. So suspension style bridges tend to be, I think, more straight. Few more. I should probably be a bit more measured in how often I'm placing these as well. So the red would come from there. Actually, doing it from that direction is easier. So this obviously has a bit of a manual build process to it, so it's still not spamming blueprints, but it's still pretty quick to put down. Oh, that's out of alignment there. And here I was thinking that was a good snapping point. That could work. I've stuffed up that beam there. Any polybridge vibes? Is that a good vibe or a bad vibe? I mean, it's... Wow, I even stuffed up the beam again. How did I do that? Did I not attach it at the right point there? That's better. Put that way. Okay, so let's try some different colors. So we could try just a grey. That's a bit too light, maybe. I mean, I'm just using the default colors here. I could just change it and make a custom color. That's a bit too blue. No, not black. Black as the night. Maybe make it shiny. I don't know, the grey looks a little boring. Although maybe that's fine for a rail. And not so sure about the red. Pink. Hot pink. Do a cream underneath. And then, I don't know, let's try new. Don't think so. Okay, so we said, or I said carbon steel was too dark. Chrome finish isn't too bad. Unpainted, I mean unpainted is actually reasonable. Let's do some chrome painted and, sorry, some unpainted and some chrome finish. We've already used chrome in the plastics factory. And I'm trying to avoid yellow. I think yellow would look good. Well, that's a bit light yellow. That's a bit pastel. Although not terrible. How about that cream for under here? Okay, I think I prefer the unpainted, looking at the chrome and the unpainted side by side. I think the unpainted, I mean, it kind of blends in more with the rail. It's a little bit neutral to the rail, but I think that's fine. The cream is fairly neutral. Maybe I'll just go back to the bright red or something. But I think definitely unpainted for the main beams. And yeah, I think I'll play around with this a bit more. So the other thing was, I'll go back to the blueprint maker, which is this way. Actually, it's up. There were some extra features I wanted to add onto the main support, but I just wanted to get a look at the colors first. The main, actually let's edit this while we're here and delete that other one. Where's the edit button? There it is. Gone. Yes, I think that's gone. Yes, it is gone. Track support. So we went with unpainted. It looks very bright here, but up against the train tracks, it actually looks okay. I wanted some extra features know how you do it. I can't jetpack without turbo fuel. I don't have turbo fuel. More to the point, though, biofuel has a really long range. You know, it lasts a lot longer than turbo fuel. Trust me, I've used turbo fuel and rocket fuel in my other playthroughs, and I go careening off into... Actually, no, whatever. I go careening off into the sky with my rocket fuel, and then it sputters, and then I plummet and crater into the ground. Biofuel has a fantastic airtime, absolutely. I don't use it for lift. Like that lift, I would not use that normally for lift. Biofuel is more just getting around for distance, and because I don't have a hover pack, that's the best way for like just hovering around. Is this out to the general public? I didn't know there was a VR version. It is indeed out to the general public, and it has been for a while. I hit version 1 back in August last year, I think, and it was out before then. So yes, if you're on YouTube, Revius24. So if you look in the description of the video, there's a link there to the mod info page that'll tell you all you need to do to download and install it. There's also a guide video that will step you through how to install it. Halo J, and if you need speed, just slide launch. Yeah. So often with biofuel, it's like sprint, speed launch, and then you can go across the map on this. Or you could build a hypertube cannon, shoot yourself across the map in a cannon, and then use the biofuel for general transport. But at the moment, I have this yellow, normal fuel, solid fuel, or a parachute. So this is a marked upgrade from all those other options. So here I'm coming out 1.5 meters. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put something that's not on the shortcut bar, a power connector. Now, yes, I know Rails does have... What I should do is do this from here as well. I know rails have power, but by having power along the side of the rails, it means I can also use it as a zipline mode of transport, which in VR is a very good way of getting around. Could actually put some cables in the build. If I bring this lower, I think it would then be at about the height of the other one. The problem is it's not quite lining up nicely. See, what we could do is we could build the other one here. So we can actually see what height it's at. I want to delete the one that isn't... Tell you what, let's drag that out. I'm trying to get the endpoints so that I can build off the endpoints. Okay, that is properly in. Now the other thing I could potentially do here is I could have put a hypertube through the middle of this. Yes, okay, I got it. So it would be nice to be able to have a hypertube run through the middle of this, which can't really do, I think, with the smaller ones. Like if I had this one here, like a hypertube could fit in that hole, but unless it's right up the top, it's probably not going to fit through there. I think that's a more functional support. So that way every distance I can draw power along. And the other thought was, if I have two power lines here that are running along the train line, I could make one power line solely for the train line itself, and I could then connect those to the geothermal grid. So I could have it so that my train line is on a completely separate power to everything else, which could have some advantages later on. Okay, so was there anything else we're doing in home before we head out? Okay, that's still got stuff in it, but I'm going to leave it there. How's the recycling going? That's fine. So I'm going to go out and actually connect the train station to the power so we can drive along this rail. The beans often hang out in the pool. They come and go. Sometimes there's a couple of them there. I want to test this blueprint. The problem is you need to actually be above it to get it to snap properly. Which, if you don't have a hover pack, is annoying. Okay. See, this won't actually snap to the rail. Something's attacking me. It's a hog. Rude. Missed. I think he's just ragdolled. You gonna get up? No, I did get him. Okay. And his buddies. Reload faster! That was close. You gotta make eye contact. No. Blueprint mode. Copy. So if you put it here, it's just going to slide freely. You have to actually aim at the bottom. Why it snaps at the bottom and goes up, I don't know. Satisfactory 1.1 things. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, okay, those things are going to be a pain for snapping. Might need to use the little connector. That was a diagonal and it should have been a free form. It's actually that beam I think is the problem, and I did mean to delete that beam, so... Yeah, I think it's still snapping to the connector rather than... Hang on, I thought I deleted that. Not exactly, but it'll do. So now the red we could do from the middle there. Follows more of a line, and then here we can have power from there to there, which means you can zip line all the way along the line. That could work. They say not to shoot till you see the whites of their eyes. You wait till you saw your own reflection. Yep. Pretty much. It was reloading. It was reloading slower than I was hoping. Okay, so all we need to do is tap some power. We probably have a nice ceiling connector somewhere. Again, later I am considering putting trains on a separate power grid, but for now, let's just tap in here, connect the station. That's a clever idea, zipping up the rail lines. Yes, yeah, that way your rail line is still your main transport, but you can use the zip line along the edge of it. I've been schemed yesterday to plan your phase 5 factories, and oh my, no matter what I do, the graph is chaos. You got to build most of the parts somewhere else, Dippy, and then phase 5 is easy. Kind of. At least the quantities are less. Okay, so choo-choo. Actually, no, we don't. Now, I do think I made a classic blunder with this train station. I was thinking bulk, and so all 4 of these cars. It's got power now, so it's loading. That's why. All 4 of these have plastic. And now you have a lot of control over trains. You can say just pick up plastic, and you can say just drop off plastic, but you can't say pick up plastic from car 2 or drop off plastic from car 3, which means if this train goes to another factory that has several unload platforms, it's just going to dump plastic in all of them, which is a problem. So there's a few ways around this. You can mix and match your stations, so maybe this plastic goes to one where one of them is a plastic load and the other one's outgoing, or maybe they're fluid stations, or maybe you have a custom train and you put fluid cards in the gap. But I think I might actually change it so this is plastic, plastic, rubber, rubber, and then on the other station I'll have rubber, rubber, plastic, plastic. That way it's a little bit less club you over the head with plastic, and it'll give me options as to which platform the plastic or rubber gets delivered to at the destination. So I think that's what I'm going to do, because I like this. I like having 4 platforms and 4 cars, but having all 4 plastic, I don't see that I will need that any time in the future in this playthrough. Like, I'm not planning mega builds. Okay, let's see how this rail goes. So now we hit the free roam bit. curve's not bad. Gets a little sharp from this point. It's not too sudden though. What's that? What's that? Oops. Well. I wasn't going to brake in time. Looks like I missed when I was putting the rail in place. Again, in the old days, you would have just gone clonk on the end and it would have been fine, but I kind of like that they let you run off the edge now. Yeah, a bit of an oopsie. Yeah, if I had jumped out, yes, but that wasn't as dramatic. I'd own my mistake. Okay, here's a test. Can we accelerate up this hill? There we go. 80 megawatts, that's not bad. Come up around here, we should miss the tree. I'm just wondering if I've missed any other segments now, because I wasn't super focused when I checked. Hang around the corner there. I don't have a stop at the end of this line either, so don't run over the doggo! Wow, it's a lot faster when you're in a train versus building it on foot. Should probably reverse just in case I need to redo this batch of line, but exactly, it's more dramatic to run off the edge. Plus, I've never done it before since they've added that. My last playthrough was a no trains playthrough, so. Okay, so we're going to continue the line, and where are we on the map? We are here, and the site for the new factory is here. So the idea is the line will go probably through there, maybe. Now the reverse journey, because it's not a double rail, I have no idea yet, but maybe we'll curve through there and come down through here, perhaps. Might not get through that all done tonight. Now I am also planning another big factory up here. So the two big factories are a computer and circuit board factory here. And I'm going to make some greasy heavy modular frames out of oil up there. So those are the two big factories. So the train will at least be able to pick up resources, but for the computers it's actually going to use rubber, because using rubber means I may use half the amount of manufacturers for the stupid crystal oscillators. Train! Move! Now we need to continue up this hill. So if you're sort of coming in late to this, the idea behind this build style is you're basically creating tangents to the edge of a curved rail that's constantly changing. So the first stretch is 40 meters perfectly straight off where the last stretch of rail finished. And then the next 40 meters is you can go in any direction you want. And I don't know whether I want to go that way or this way. I think because there's a coal node that way, I will head this way. Now the idea is the direction that you're pointing here will extend 80 meters beyond, or sorry, 40 meters beyond. So this stretch will actually be 80 meters total. So you got to keep that in mind, is that wherever you're pointing, the actual point that the rail will terminate is actually way beyond it. It doesn't actually terminate. Why have I got zoom mode on? Pay attention to those new build tips. So the rail won't meet this point. That's kind of the apex at the triangle of the two tangents, where the two tangents join. There, where did that go? Okay, I did it again. It's basically spline math. And it's not perfect because the spline of the rail is calculated based on a flat horizontal. So you can move it further back if it's not straight, but this particular run is pretty straight, so we can come up pretty close to the edge here. And given the length of the rails, minor deviations don't matter. Now, if I do a straight one, default straight off here, it goes level. So to continue it actually and keep the same angle, you need a pillar, and then your beam coming off the pillar will then properly continue with the angle beam. Move! Move! Mm. It's getting closer. Becomes stupid gas monster. Now, where are we going? Do we want to go through there, or do we want to go through here? Because that will affect the beam a lot. Okay, I think straight ahead. And so cross the river here and then through there looks good. The Titan Forest is a beautiful and dangerous place, especially at night. Along the river actually looks better. Like just straight up the river. Is that a stinger I heard? And if we come straight up the river, we can always duck up the passage there. I'm just trying to figure out where we're actually going to. And there's the swamp. Okay, so we definitely want to go up there, but along the river, and then up there is probably fine. So do we want to curve? We don't want to curve through there, so we do want to come this side. And then run straight up and through there. It's that stinger. There's another SAM node. Oh, look. It's another stinger versus boar beast. And I'm running out of fuel. That's a repeat of what happened further on. There was a SAM node with little boars that just got their bottoms hurt by a bunch of stingers. Just got to keep an eye on them, otherwise they'll come visit me. I'm paranoid. Is that level? Because if it's not level, it would be good to make it level. Wow, it's level. Fancy that. I did just place a foundation to check. Might put a foundation here to get this level as well, because this would be good to keep level going over. That's slightly higher, but so that there. I don't want to probably swing out there. Yes, there is a YouTube delay. I think I've got YouTube set to low latency and it's still like a 10-second delay. So unfortunately, there is an ultra low latency. But I was having some YouTube stream problems a few sessions ago, so I'm a bit reluctant to try the ultra low latency. Yes, you're on YouTube, because Twitch is a little bit more responsive. VR, I'm looking at my diagram again, just realised I need to hoover basically all salmon map. How big are you building this, Dippy? And are you using enough summer sloops? Although summer sloops at that stage of the game get exorbitantly expensive power-wise. Actually, this one needs to be straight, so... But yes, you do shoot through a ridiculous amount of 10 ballistic rockets. 10 ballistic rockets sounds like a reasonable goal. I mean, it's probably a huge building. It's not usually the rockets that are problematic, it's the other parts. I think for this bit, because I'm keeping it level, I'm effectively just using the foundations for keeping level. Crystal oscillators, yeah. That's the problem I have with my computer factory up ahead is crystal oscillators. It will be the biggest part of the factory by far. You know what? I just might run it along. Yeah, that is straight. I mean, to be honest, I haven't actually finished Phase 5 myself. I've started Phase 5 in, I think, 2 different saves, but kept getting distracted with other things. And they were both pre 1.0 games, so it's kind of like I'm just tacking on to what I've already done. And so my first real Phase 5 will probably be this playthrough when I eventually get up to it. The amount of copper for nuclear past also seems sus. Ah, yes. Well, it does require a lot of copper. I will grant you that. Nuclear pasta is usually not made in huge quantities. Expand. The problem is, if you make 2 nuclear pasta a minute, then you will have enough pasta to finish the game before you can finish making the next factory.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Like, yes, I know there's the make big for the scale of making big, but those playing at home who get a bit overwhelmed, you do not need to make that big. Oh, I'm being shot at. And there's killer bees there. Probably take care of those. Do you mind? Does it stop my building if I get hit? Oh, no, but it's annoying. Ow. I mean, I'm not as good flying while crouching. It's a fun tip. If you crouch while flying, the flying crabs don't aggro on you. Wow, that took a lot. Okay, did that actually place in a decent place after all that? I think it did. It knocked it slightly off a little. Come on, it's out by like a few centimeters. Okay, we're still going past here, so I can probably keep going straight. And we could start turning here, potentially. Will come when you have to add a second rail. I'm not adding a second rail here. I'm going around. I'm doing a loop. Did you miss the sales pitch at the start? I am doing single rail loop. I'm not double railing, at least not at this stage. This is a single rail across the world, weaving through everything, and then I will come back later and put on a second. Yep, so that's that point. I mean, I could be really chaotic and actually send the trains back down the same rail. But that's gonna, that's insanity. Damn it, I deleted that marker where the join was. There it is. Go back down the same. There might be small sections where I do go back down the same rail, but not when it's halfway across the map like this one. This one is definitely a circle route. I haven't actually figured out the reverse direction yet, but as I was saying, the idea is there's a big factory here, and why isn't that dragging? Big factory up there. And so I will probably have a return route that circles through here and down through here, past the space elevator and my storage facility, and then past home and then back down to the crater down below. That's, I think, what I'm going to do, but I haven't thought that far ahead. At least I haven't planned that far ahead. Always have at least a couple of materials in the train, sometimes in the same carriage. Just make some side rails, they don't crash. Oh, but
Look
you can't.
lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
An ad break that snuck up on me. I missed the alert. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break while Twitch runs its ad. I really don't feel safe out here. So let me just... Actually, that's probably quicker to get through here. No, that's not going to have a floor if I put it there. Worst bunker ever. Flying crabs? No. Taking a break. Back in a couple of minutes. See if I'm still alive. Okay, we are back. I don't think I've been attacked. Not that I think I had a huge amount of protection in here, but okay, we're gonna finish this. We're gonna get to our destination tonight. I'm tempted to get to the destination and then next week start the computer factory build. And then we'll have one-way train that can deliver stuff to the computer factory, and we'll figure out where stuff goes after that. Or maybe I'll just keep doing this rail off stream, or maybe I'll stream again tomorrow night. Not sure yet. This is the flattest, longest stretch of rail I've done so far for this. I guess it makes sense if it's over water because the level of the water doesn't change. It's a minute already, factory must grow. I'd like to. I'm a bit old for all-nighters though, I'm afraid. Oh, poison! Oh no, what the? Who would do that? Was that a fart tree or a plant or something else? It's a fart tree. So you reckon explosive rebar could take that out without taking the plants out next to it? I think it's time I made some explosive rebars. Okay. So we could wind up and through there, or we could just plow through the trees. Following the path would be better, I think. I think from here we curve in a bit. That's a lot of chat messages. Hang on, I'm busy. Oops, hit the wall. Should if you aim up high, I normally aim for the tops of them and... Oh, okay, aim for the top. Yeah, I guess. Nuke Novelesque for some people. I try and preserve nature. I'm one of those people. Otherwise, I could just build offshore or nuke the swamp. Actually, I will probably... No, actually, I might make a Stinger sanctuary in the swamp around my nuclear factory. I think that would be cool. I was thinking of having the entire nuclear factory encased in glass corridors and then just have the Stingers roaming around outside constantly. I think that would be a pretty cool build. That's the thought plan anyway. So rotate, small degrees. Kind of that direction. How would I build without killing them? With bunkers. I'll have a cage of shame, and every time I see one, I'll just drop a cage of shame on them. And then they can sit in the cage and watch me build, and they can huff their poison and swear at me. And then when I've finished and put all the glass corridors in place, I'll remove the cages of shame, and then they can roam free, and we can go from inside our nuclear factory as we irradiate them all. See, it's an interesting build challenge. How do I build a massive nuclear facility in the swamp while preserving the horrendous angry life forms that populate that place. It's easy to like nuke the swamp. Anyone can nuke the swamp. That's the easy way. A lot of this playthrough is trying to play things differently from how I've played before. I've done double rails several times. I've done no screw playthroughs several times. I've used all the optimal recipes lots of times. So this playthrough is kind of trying to be a bit more think outside the box, build different ways, build in different places. Blade stingers and radioactive hogs still going to be a risk? Yes. The radioactive hogs would be annoying. I would have to kind of kite them away and make sure they're trapped away from the building area. And, you know, maybe I'll get annoyed and just nuke them all. Although I need nuclear facilities before I'll have the materials to make nuclear nobelisks. See, another challenge in this playthrough is I'm trying to avoid doing any fuel-based power. So I have just coal power at the moment. And I'm about to do computers and heavy modular frames. And I'm going to attempt to completely skip any fuel power and go straight to nuclear. Now, I haven't done the full planning of that, but if I can finish this phase, I'm pretty sure nuclear is unlocked in the next phase. That nuke knowledge on all mobs, and then you want to finish the save, detonate. I could do that. Just have the ground littered with nukes. The problem with that is nobelisks go off when you load a save game. So you can't place them and then save the game with them in place. Might need to redo this angle a few times here until I get it right. I don't know if I want to go that side of the little tree or this side yet. No, it's a feature because, I mean, how would you... It would be complicated to track the state of a nobelisk between saves, I think. I think they are considered a transient object. I didn't actually need to delete that one. No, I don't need to keep it. So... yeah, I think they had an issue where people were griefing other players, perhaps, by filling the hub up with nuclear or any old nobelisks and then spamming them when the game loaded. It's been a while since I've heard the details about it, but I'm pretty sure it was an intentional design choice, such that any nobelisk placed detonated after a fresh game load. And I've certainly seen it demonstrated that that's what happened, because I saw Beal Andrew log out right next to a nuclear nobelisk. I think we're just going to head straight over there. This guy's persistent. Thinks I'm going to come down at some stage. Oh crap, this is actually pretty low. You might catch me here. Oh, he was already damaged. Poor guy. Oh well, I have to go and crunch him up into protein and maybe make some munitions out of him. Okay, where are we going? Let's scout ahead a little. There's another doggo. Quartz. 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 No, stop digging it up. Pure. I think I might be in the right general area. Where's the copper? Show me the copper. Should be that way. Back that way. 400 meters that way? I think we've made it. I think this is the spot for the factory. Either that or I'm heading to a completely different copper spot. Oh, is he nuclear? Certainly stinky. Yes, okay, so puddle of water, copper, and I think there's another copper over. Yeah, he's nuclear. Copper there. So we got, I think all three of these are pure copper. And then back over where the quartz was, there is a ton of quartz. And then over the field over there, there should be... Wrong one. Caterium. There should be caterium over there. Down? Caterium is down. Okay. That's fine. I've just been looking at the map. Ooh, how far down is that? So, quartz, copper, caterium, and a supply of rubber is what we're going to make circuit boards, crystal oscillators, and computers out of, with enough future expansion to probably build supercomputers and radio control units here later on as well. Where is that caterium? Is it in a cave? I was actually thinking of over there, because I'm used to that area, but I know they moved some of the nodes around. Ooh, caterium's down in the cave. Oh, that'll be an interesting build. This guy's going to try and shoot me again. So we've got some stroppy locals to take out next time. I'm not a huge fan of alpha hogs. They're just annoying. A whole pile of doggos here too. So, where do we stick the factory and where do we stick the station? This is why I'm playing there. I have not played over this side of the map, and so this area is new to me. And so I do not know this area very well. Yeah, maybe those same three doggos have followed me from place to place. And as I said, most of my playtime is actually before 1.0. So some of the map changes I'm not super familiar with. So I don't think I've ever built... I've definitely used the coal nodes before, but I've used them as part of an aluminium factory. Oh, hello. I've used quartz nodes, but I think the quartz nodes used to be over there and then they've moved them here, or perhaps they've changed something here. one point I did just flip some things on its head. Yeah, this, I mean, there was a huge overhaul with the Titan Forest, although I don't know if the changes here came with that. I assume they did. Guy's getting annoying. Is he just a normal Spitty Alpha? He moved. Come back! Although, I do want to preserve some of the trees in the area. Although the Titan trees are never going to go away. Oh, that was a stun one. One, I said, pull that out, change ammo, rebar. I don't have a rifle. I'm early game. I haven't made a munitions factory. Plus, rebar's better. Okay, the homing rifle is useful for flying crabs and for mopping up little stingers. Other than that, rocket fuel jetpack and a rebar is usually what I use. But I'm in phase 3. I have not built heavy modular frames. I have not built computers. I'm only just built plastic and rubber for the first time in this playthrough. I do not have a munitions factory. I might be able to unlock the rifle, but I'm pretty sure you need circuit boards for them. I'm an early game person. Now, that's the real question. Where the heck are we going to build a large station? Probably in this area where all the doggos are. This is a pretty big area here, and I'm pretty sure the line came up this hill. Yes, so I think in amongst the Titan trees here is where we'll put the station. Might take a chainsaw to these to get some mycelia. But this is probably a decent enough spot for a station, and then the quartz is that side. So all the quartz buildings can be this way. The copper purification and crap, that can all go over there. Explosive rebar is something I definitely want to get, but more as a deforestation device rather than a combat device. I find the explosive rebar is worse than the normal rebar for normal combat. You know, a normal rebar, I don't know if it does as much damage, but I tend to land the normal rebar more reliably, whereas explosive, maybe it's just a reflex that I tend to aim at their feet when I have explosive rebars, and the splash damage doesn't do as much damage. So yes, I will get around to making a munitions factory, but at the moment, probably want that to be level. That's not level. Although, maybe we don't want that to be level. This is probably where I should build the actual train station first, because that will probably dictate what angle this comes into the area on. You know, I should have deleted the train I built because it's now halfway down the track, so if I build a new train, I'm going to run into it. Okay, so I think because it is very late at night, so this is a good place to pause, or at least start wrapping up. So we have made a train line one way. It will take one train one way once at the moment. Why is my drag to move not working? That's interesting. Is that a new bug? So this is the station down here, and this winding rail comes up here. I think it goes through here. Yes, there's the train there. And then it comes up here. We've just done along the river here to here. So the plan is there's pure copper here, lots of quartz here, and lots of caterium. We're going to make a Silicon Valley here with crystal oscillators, circuit boards, and computers. Further up here, later on, we're going to make heavy modular frames using oil. And then I need to figure out a return train route to probably come through here and circle back down. So there'll be one big circle route for the train. There'll be no two-tracked network. Unless I'll crisscross them back and forth, maybe. I don't know. So this is the new building site for the next factory. So probably next session I will be working on the train station. Trying to get everything to fit in this area. But on the way back, I can scout around and see what would be a likely return journey for the train. We could go up there. There's going to be lots of things that are growing on me here. As I said, the train is going to continue through to here, and we're going to be making heavy modular frames over here. So it will need to come this way. But I think this back road here we circle up here. More doggos. Wow, there are so many doggos on this route. And there's a stinger. And we just take a nice train journey through the wilderness here. Is this going to go near the crater with the coal? Yes, it is. Okay. Haven't planned a factory there, but that's good to know. So it's going to come out all the way over here. The normal alpha. Oh, so cute. And that's not an alpha. Normal alpha. Will the train fit through here? Ooh, is this a cave? Be a bit tight. Stand still. Okay, it's a little cave. So we could circle through this cave. I reckon we could get through. And cut through here. Or we could go around. I reckon there's a pretty decent around trip that we could go. Yeah, we could go around over this lake. A bit scrappy through here, but is there a clear path? This is pathy here. More bodies of water. Oh, is this the river that goes through to the northern forest, I think. And there's aluminium around here, or bauxite. Yeah, this is not going to be as easy or straight return route, but there is plenty of room. Yeah, here's bauxite. Really with those. There's a better path through there that doesn't quite cut directly through the bauxite. Because I could see a little dogleg going off to the bauxite, because you could have a supply there. Yeah, there's a path here. Maybe we come through that path. Are they still firing at me? Yes, yes, they are. They are so persistent. Is it safe enough for me to look at the map? Okay, so we need to actually veer more that direction if we want to go past the elevator. Actually, we should be able to see the elevator through the mist somewhere here. There it is. Okay, so we do actually want to swing wide if we want to go past the elevator. Yeah, this is very wide. Okay, we do need to swing wider. Really? Attack those guys. Go on. Because I need to fit a train station near here to deliver stuff to here. And not just project parts, but eventually I want to make a full mall in here and have all parts delivered here, just so there is a central store where you can get everything. I've got all the storage set up, and I've got all the smart splitters in the back ready to auto sort everything. I just need to get it delivered, and at the moment there's one tiny little truck station here that is delivering. And maybe we do the train station back there, but I think there's more space over there. And from here, it's not too far to go home. Last old Mr. Nuclear Hog. Hey boys, what you got? Wow. Okay. Encased industrial beams. This is very, very tier 2 stuff, guys. That's more interesting, Scratch. Pulse novelist. Sorry, George. Sorry, Scratch. That's George. Yes, I do have some nuclear nobelisks. Actually, I'm up to 7, thanks to doggos delivering them. So I do have a bit of a collection, and I've used one on the nuclear hog, and it was effective. A bit too effective because I was standing right next to it, but it did kill the nuclear hog in one shot. Yes, yep, I got 7. I did have another one as 8th, but I did that nuclear hog over the hill. I had a little altercation with, and we had nuclear mutual annihilation, and then he respawned, which is annoying. I mean, I respawned too, to be fair. A little bit of quartz. Cool. Okay. Well, it is late here. It is 20 past 11 p.m. And so I need some sleep. See, there's 2 beans here. The beans do like to hang out in the water park with the doggos. So I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to see if there's anyone else streaming something either VR or Satisfactory related to raid. If you are on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, thank you very much for following. And I will see you in the next stream. Again, maybe. Saturday's always a maybe. I'll see how I am tomorrow and what else is happening tomorrow. So there might be another stream tomorrow night, but if not, Friday is my usual stream time. What is that guy doing? He's just slowly rocking back and forth. It's a little suspicious. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I'll save the game. Trains. Well, we have a line of track. There's still a lot of work to go before we have a train system. But we made a start. Okay, let me just take my headset off and switch to a normal browser, and then I'll raid out to somebody. Okay. Give me a sec to fire up a browser. Another minute for the Twitch control panel to load. Actually, I will sign off on YouTube here. Thank you very much, everyone on YouTube, for watching. I'll catch you later.